I apologize for being late. At this time, I will call the Policy Committee of the Public Schools of Robeson County meeting to order. And we will just do an overview of what has taken place over 2 meetings that the Policy Committee convened on October the 20th and 22nd. And during that time, we reviewed policies that were proposed for a first reading at tonight's board meeting. And we also at that time reviewed policies that had been presented at the October 3rd board meeting. And hopefully you have in your possession the document that lists the policies that we are to approve, or that the board is to approve tonight. And Ms. Craig, am I correct that we need to get a final approval from the Policy Committee on these before presenting them to the board?
Yeah, the Policy Committee could just make a motion and vote to approve that tonight. Yes, sir. Okay. Or send it to the full board.
Okay. And does everyone have this document?
Yes, I have mine.
Okay.
I reviewed it.
Everyone else have a copy? Okay. And of course, the document lists policies 7100 through 7950, going on to the second page. And again, these will be presented as a second reading tonight, and a motion will be made to approve those policies tonight. Is that right, am I on track, Ms. Karen?
I move approval, Mr. Chairman, and we move it forward to the entire board.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Brandon.
Yes. Second. Second.
Okay. Motion has been made and seconded that Policy Committee present the policy series, which is essentially the 7,000 series, to the full board for approval at tonight's full board meeting. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that part of our discussion is concluded. We have approval for the 7,000 series. And so we will move on to the 4 policies that are due for a second reading that were presented at the October 13th board meeting, and that upon approval of the Policy Committee, we will present these to the full board for approval tonight. Is everyone with me on that, on the second page of your document?
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is there a second?
To the board.
Second. Been moved and seconded that the policies that were presented at the October 13th board meeting as a first reading be read as a second reading and presented tonight for full board approval. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. Moving on to the policy series that are, and actually these are multiple series. They are listed for you in the next section of your document, which is actually the third section on the second page. And they are not only listed by number, but by title as well. If you index these with your correlation table, which is attached to your, as part of your document, you will find that these policies are marked adopt in caps, all caps. I think they're all caps. It may not be on your actual document, but there is in the last column on the page of your correlation policy manual, the last column there is the word adopt, which means that we will present these as a first reading tonight at the full board meeting, pending the policy committee's approval, and then that there will be a second reading for these policies at the December board meeting.
I move approval of first reading for those policies as stated in our file.
Second. Thank you. Been moved and seconded that the policy committee approved the listed policies for a first reading at tonight's full board member meeting. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. There are some notations after that section where the policies are listed. The committee just approved the recommendation to the board. 7,500 workday and overtime. You can have additional discussion. Policy was stapled, inserted on a separate page.
I didn't add that one.
You didn't add, I didn't think I saw that one. So Ms. Karen, do we need to do anything with that?
I didn't add that because it needed additional discussion,
Okay.
or at least that section G did.
Okay, but we don't have to consider that
Right.
tonight, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. All right, and then the repeal by the North Carolina School Board Association 7630 computed salary deductions for absences and discipline of exempt employees. 7131 are licensure and 7410 teacher contracts. Ms. Karen, can you comment on?
Those were repealed by the North Carolina School Board Association. They were no longer valid, applicable.
Okay. Okay, so those have been eliminated already.
Yeah.
At this point, they're non-existent. Okay.
And back to the 7,500, part of it we can approve, but the G part that went into the overtime as far as, like doing the disaster or whatever, I left that part off because that needed further discussion, if you remember. Remember, we had some more discussion because we wanted to meet with the finance committee and we were coming up with some additional plans. So I just left off that section G until we could have some more discussion with some, with the finance committee and other groups. Okay?
Okay. And that's all we have right now, I think, except that we may want to consider setting a date for the next policy. I mean, because we still have some work to do, right? Before the next meeting.
We need to make sure that we sign the contract with the School Board Association and that they send us the most up-to-date policy so we can.
Normal temperature.
And this will be presented in full board at the full board meeting. But I noticed that we have received an invoice from the School Board Association for their.
That's what we're looking at approving to get, so we would get policies updated now.
Right.
That's, I think it was in our packet, and I think that's what we're looking at tonight, where we continue to get the updates from the School Board Association.
Right. Does the policy committee need to take any action?
No.
Mr. Gentry, may I add, I want to say a thank you to the policy committee, as well as the three principals who joined us to help make those changes: Tara Bullard, Lisa Troy, Jason Suggs. They came in virtually. And Mr. Gentry and Ms. Floyd, you've done an excellent job
Thank you.
getting this much work done. And I think it was an excellent idea to bring in others to join us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Dee Grissett was in on those,
Yes,
calls as
Dick
well.
Bissett,
And,
NCAE rep.
but, I would like to add my thanks, and thank you for saying that. But we have had, wonderful cooperation and participation, and, Ms. Karen, I'll give you an extra thanks for
Amen.
what you've done,
It's been great.
and the other staff members as well, Dr. Robert and Miss Jennifer. Y'all have stayed on top of everything. And
Yes,
also,
yes, sir.
Miss Melissa, I'm sorry, Miss Melissa as well. Thank you. And Mr. Craig and Mr. Freeze, and there she is. Wow, that was quick.
Ms. Gentry, if I could just reiterate everything both of you said, but I do have one request, and I've spoken to Ms. Karen about this. You know, this is the closest we've had to having an updated policy manual in a long time. And I know it's, you know, on computer like that, but when we do get the next thing, and wherever we get to a point as close as we can, I would like to see a printed copy. If it's this high or whatever, you know, and then we start adding, but a couple of printed copies somewhere just to see what the magnitude of it would be. And of course, I guess my big goal would be put a printed copy, at least one in every school, but we can talk about that later. But I do think for some people, just being able to go there and look at it on a piece of paper might be beneficial if we can get to that point. But again, thank you to all of you, because policy work is a lot of work.
Yeah.
It is a lot of work, but again, a big thank you to everybody that had anything to do with it. If you're here or if you're out there looking, thank you.
And thank you. Thank you for your leadership, and, I have found out, as you just said, that, how voluminous all this is, and, back in, our day, and I guess I'm talking about the three of us sitting up here, if I remember correctly, all the policy was in a
Notebook.
3-inch binder,
Yeah.
and now it would probably take a dozen 3-inch binders to hold everything. But I have been greatly pleased with all the input and cooperation that we've had. But I'd also want to, however I need to express it, our collective thanks, my personal thanks to the North Carolina School Board Association, because they certainly made, it could have been a much more difficult job if they were without
Absolutely.
their formation along with us.
Yeah, they
Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Gentry, you can make the motion tonight.
Yeah, you can bring the motion to accept or to bring the policy committee recommendation.
Right.
You can make the motion to accept it, and one of these folks can second it, and then you can bring that to the board yourself
Okay, so,
as chairman.
okay, so we don't have to present it as an action item or have it acted on as an action item first, which is,
If it's
Has
not,
been moved
we'll
to an
just move it.
action
You
item.
can present it to be moved, and then you can present it to be approved.
Okay.
You can do both of them.
okay, gotcha.
That's everything.
Approval
Adjourn this
of the
one.
policy meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, do I hear a motion for adjournment?
I did.
Okay,
Second.
second. Moved and second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
like to call the meeting to order tonight for the Public Schools of Robertson County for a monthly member. At this time, we'd ask Miss Brenda Furby to please lead us in our invocation.
All-wise creator, the maker of this universe and all that dwelleth in it, we give you glory, honor, and praise for this day. We thank you even more for the opportunity to serve our students and staff on a greater level than what they will ever have in their life. For the root of the foundation is what make all walls stand. Therefore, the roots that is planted in our students by our teachers and our support staff will take them on to lifelong learning for their families and generations to come. Therefore, let every decision that we make be pleasing in your eyesight according to your will and your purpose for the public schools of Robertson County. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. This time, adoption of the agenda, I would like for you to go down to where it says school psychologist contracts. Raise the bottom of the paper and take that off. Again, where it says school psychologist contracts, please remove that. And are there any other comments? Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Have a motion for the approval of minutes of open session of the last meeting.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. First item, information items. And before we get started there, folks, I have some things here that I would like to read briefly, but I think these are worth saying at this time. Let me put these on so I can read my own handwriting. Questions arose from our last meeting that I would like to address. And since we are being broadcast, the folks that are looking, sometime you might see board members who might briefly leave a meeting from time to time. Please keep in mind it could be issues or situations that arise that a board member might need to step out briefly. Also, sometimes there are other obligations that a board member might have, and we are made aware of it, and they might actually have to leave a meeting early. Another topic in relation to our plan to return to school right now, January the 6th, for pre-K through third grade. This is some additional information that did go out last week, that surveys are now due this Friday, November the 13th. We're striving to ensure the safety of our schools and all our children. Public schools of Robertson County Transportation will be able to pick up and drop off students at child care facilities. Public schools of Robertson County Transportation will be able to pick up students from home and drop off at child care facilities. While we are preparing to open pre-K through third on January the 6th, please keep in mind that we're all very aware of the rise in COVID-19 cases. These cases will be seriously looked at before we bring any children or staff back to school on a face-to-face basis. The date again is January 6th now, but that situation is constantly being looked at and addressed on a continuing basis. And those are just some general statements that I wanted to make concerning some things that have come up. Okay, at this time, Mountaineer presentation, and Mr. Jerry Lowry from Mountaineer would ask you to please, if you would, come up to the podium.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Jared Lowry, I'm the Community Relations Manager for Mountaineer Farms. And Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, school board members, I'm here to tell you that Mountaineer Farms, can you hear me?
Yes.
The Mountaineer Farms is proud to be a member of the Robertson County community. It's the largest private employer in the county. You know, this is home. This is home for us. And when given the opportunity to partner with the public schools of Robertson County, especially during this time of uncertainty, you know, we're glad to step up to the plate and help out whenever we can. One of our creeds is to be good stewards of the assets that God has provided us. You know, I always like to pick and play when people, you know, come asking for donations and whatnot. I say, we don't make money, we make chicken. We get plenty of it. But this, I want to say, Mr. Henry Brewer reached out to us and, you know, we were already knowing what was going on. The fact that children were at home. And the issue that we have in our rural communities, getting broadband and making sure there's hot spots and just so, you know, our children here in Robertson County can just get on the internet and be able to continue to compete with children from all across the country. You know, presented the opportunity to help, we wanted to help. And so Mountain Air Farms, we were proud to be able to donate $30,000 to the public schools of Robertson County to help buy the equipment, technology needed so our children can get to work in the classroom while they're home. So I want to let you know that Mount Air is proud to be a member of the public schools of Robertson County community. And this is our home. And we will always be home. And our hearts will always be open to the public schools of Robertson County. Don't forget that, because your students are our children as well. We have many parents who, their children are getting a fine education. Any way we could help, we're glad to. So if we can, Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, Mr. Henry Brewer, if you can, I would love to be able to present to the public schools of Robertson County.
Mr. Jared, before you do that, let me add too, just so folks know, Mr. Brewer is the one that reached out to Mountaineer and kind of got the ball started on this. And we would like to thank him for that, and we appreciate, Mr. Brewer, your efforts in that. So, Mr. Jared, if you would come over to this side. I'm gonna let him give you that.
Okay.
And also, Mr. Lowry, this is from the Public Schools of Robertson County for your commitment and dedication to the public schools of Robertson County. We thank you very much. And again, Mr. Lowry, thank you. We appreciate that. Next is COVID-19 Mental Health Impact Project, Dr. Zoe Lowry and Dr. Lori Floyd.
Chairman Lowry, Superintendent of Freedom Board members. Mr. Jared just spoke about being home, and so here's another person standing before you today. Feels good to be home. I haven't had a chance to see some of you in a while, but that's exactly how it feels walking into so many familiar, warm and friendly and supportive faces. So it's my honor this afternoon to come and introduce to you our new dean for School of Education at UNC Pembroke. You know, I was a longtime dean there, loved that job, went back and did it about 4 times, so I must have loved it, but loved that position. And, you know, when you leave a position, I think all of us, one desire that we have is that our successor will be just as serious about the job and deliver the job the way we want it to, and everything to go just as well. And I got to tell you, we've made a fantastic hire at UNC Pembroke and our new dean for the School of Education. Dr. Robert Locklear had a hand in that. He served on the search committee and helped us bring Dean Lori Floyd to UNC Pembroke. We stole her away from North Carolina A&T University, where she was serving as an associate dean, but she's originally from Pamlico County, so she needed to come on back down east anyway and get out of Greensboro and come down to I-95, because she gets us. She understands rural education. She understands children of opportunity. She understands some of the work that we're about here in this part of the state in southeastern North Carolina. She's doing a fantastic job, and we were pleased to have this opportunity so you could come face to face. Also, if you're ever on Facebook, you'll find her trending there. She has several posts. This is American Education Week, this week, next week, and so you'll find some videos that she has posted there along with our faculty and our students, our student interns, this week on Facebook. So she's hit the ground running first day on the job, first hour, she knew what to do. So it's a real pleasure to introduce Dean Dr. Lori Floyd to you and let her share with you, again, an opportunity. We believe this is an opportunity that we can partner with you, the university, to the public schools of Robeson County to help our children facing some of the challenges that they're facing right now under COVID-19. So Lori, come on forward.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Is it okay if I remove talking? So if you see me on the street, you know what I actually look like. Good evening. It is a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for that generous introduction. I do feel like I'm moving closer to home, coming from Greensboro to UNC Pembroke. And the entire community has been so overwhelmingly welcoming to me. My family and I have a place in Pembroke now, and we're staying there while we look for another place in the area, a more permanent place. But again, glad to be a part of the community. Zoe already kind of gave away part of my spiel. I was going to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a first-generation college student. I was born and raised in Pamlico County, and there were 3 schools in my county. There was the elementary school, and there was a junior high, not a middle school, and then there was a high school, and I went to all 3. And so I know the benefit that rural public schools play in the lives of young people and preparing them for what's next. I'm glad to be able to partner with you in taking a hand in that. I'm going to move forward so I don't overstay my welcome or too much time on the agenda. I want to talk to you about a wonderful opportunity. The board members should have received a packet. I'm sorry, Zoe, I still have yours up here. Should have received a packet. And just to kind of give you a quick tour of what's inside, and then we'll dig into the project itself. So on the left side, there's a letter of introduction for me to you, along with a Post-it note, UNCP Post-it note notepad, so you keep us in your thoughts. And then on the right side of the document, you can see a scope of work, a letter of intent, some slides that we'll walk through today, specifically about the tool Gaggle. There's a student and staff data privacy notice there. There's also a question and answer document that also has a list of districts that this company currently uses. And then finally, my business card. So you know exactly how to reach me and get a hold of me. Although I think everyone here knows where Pembroke is, right? And we're in our offices every day with masks on, socially distancing, doing great work of public education. So just to tell you a little bit about Gaggle, we'll talk a lot about this tool. To give you a little history about how we came up with this product and bringing that to you, UNC Pembroke has been blessed with monies from the General Assembly. Those monies directly were our taxpayer dollars coming back to us. And we have some great folks in Raleigh negotiating and advocating on behalf of this community. And so we received a total of $3 million that came to UNC Pembroke. And so the chancellor and our cabinet folks in their infinite wisdom want to make sure that the public schools of Robeson County, thank you, has an opportunity to benefit from a piece of that pie. So one of the products that we're investing in, and we're offering that to Robeson County Schools, is called Gaggle. And Gaggle is an analytics tool that runs behind the scenes of your student learning management systems. The intent of Gaggle is to assist with mental health. And so you heard Chair Lowry introduce it as the COVID-19 Mental Health Impact Project. And it's specifically designed for this county and for students who are enrolled in your schools, as well as students enrolled in UNCP, will benefit from this. So Gaggle is saving lives, and there are several districts who are joined in that partnership with Gaggle. It supports districts in identifying students who are struggling, and everything is steeped in helping districts see the early warning signs that students present. So there's a prevention aspect in which they use the tools running behind the scenes of software packages that our students are using. It helps anticipate early warning signs. So they'll run through the students' emails and their students' interactions in software and detect whether or not the students are considering harming themselves or feel like they're in danger in some way. And then Gaggle will send alerts to designated persons with that information. There are different types of alerts. So you don't get an alert if someone is, for something that's, I would say, minor. If someone says they're using scissors to, cut a piece of paper, for example, or going outside to play basketball. But there are different levels of alerts that would come to the district. More importantly, those alerts that would signal any sign for suicide or immediate harm, those alerts would go out on a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week basis. There's professional development also included. So in addition to the tool, the purchase of the tool that UNC Pembroke would do on your behalf if you choose to engage in this service. In addition to the purchase of the tool, there would be professional development with designated staff, building leaders, school counselors, about how to read the analytics and the reports that are coming down. So I'm going to pause. I feel like I'm rambling. And I know you have questions, and I've given you a lot of information. Are there any immediate questions that I can tailor? Okay.
Dr. Manning?
Mr. Chair, I just have clarification. Now, these children who are referred or picked up that may have an issue, will mental health records be established on these children?
Not by Gaggle, not by the tool itself. So there may be mental health records already in place for those children here in the school or with a county office, but they are not going to maintain those records. They're going to push the alerts out to the people who are responsible.
Let me ask, you said you would get this information by going into with our computer system, getting information about students.
Yes.
Okay. I know that's legally okay. Can you give us still a little bit of information on how that comes about, the legality of being able to do that and get information?
So I can try.
Okay.
I can try. This a little outside my wheelhouse, but there is a document, student and staff data privacy notice. So those who may be on your staff who understand some of the language, the technological language that's available, would be able to speak to it more specifically. But what I do know is that the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction has reviewed the tool and endorsed the tool. And there's a link from the DPI website that has a video that talks about this particular tool. So, Chair Lowry, I cannot specifically address those technical aspects. I'm not even going to wade out into that deep water from my side of it. So my apologies.
That's fine.
We're happy to connect you with the representative who can go into the specific details.
If I just follow up with that, is there a form that, if we did this, is there a form that students would be required, or you would have access, or the Gaggle would have access to all students to monitor all students to see what's going on?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct, yes. And parents would receive that information through your district,
Okay.
explaining that.
Mr. Henry?
That was a question I had in mind, is the follow-up plan. Is the course of action once the Gaggle understands software that's going to detect these irregularities. That information will be sent to school guidance, or does it come to the school board?
So that's,
What's the follow-up procedure?
that's a great question. The district determines where the alerts will go. So some smaller districts may have them go to a county office that's staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because our principals and school counselors are off if something happens on the weekends and evenings. Or they may designate an emergency person within the district to receive those alerts, those high alerts that come in and need immediate attention. Whether they're high alerts or not, the district will still receive a report noting where trouble areas are. So with the implementation, Gaggle will assist with developing an implementation plan. That would be part of their contractual agreement, is to assist with developing that implementation plan. But of course, it would be led by the folks here. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a
Okay.
question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Gentry? Please.
Period of December 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022. And I haven't had a chance to see, but is there a specific date that the contract needs to be completed prior to
Yes.
the December 1st?
Yes, sir. So I started by talking about the money coming from the General Assembly. There is a time limit on that money. And so it has to be spent no later than December 15th, meaning UNC Pembroke would have to purchase the product no later than December 15th. Or, we lose the money. So that's the time limit by which we need to have it routed through the system and paid for. So the project period that you see goes into June 2022. So while we're paying a lump sum now, we'll still be able to benefit from the product well after, hopefully, we resume some normalcy and our children are back in schools with us and under our supervision, while they're on those online platforms.
Fonte?
Yeah, question, so with this gaggle, I was reading it said it connect to the school's, internet also. So would that mean if a device connect to a school internet, we'll be able to get that information, like some of the social media and everything else that the kids and stuff do these days?
So great question. They're not going to go into social media platforms. They're only investigating school-approved platforms like Canvas, if you have a Google Suite, Classrooms, 365 emails. They're not going to be out on the web following the students if they jump off of one of Canvas and go over to TikTok or some of the other places like that.
Terry, do you have a question?
I was able to attend a presentation by Gaggle, and I asked them quite a number of questions, and they covered quite a bit as well. I'm in favor of this tool, not just because I work at UNC Pembroke and I like Dr. Floyd and I like Dr. Zoe, which I do anyway, but this is a good tool. We were talking earlier at one of our previous meetings about mental health and about, because we're in such a odd situation, we really don't know what kind of impact it's having on our students. So, and we can't be with them face to face, and we can't look into their eyes and see some of the struggles they may be having. So I look at this as sort of an additional layer of protection for our kids. So I think it's a good.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, Dr. Floyd, what input have our teachers, principals had concerning this? Because I know we're in the process of mental health training, from my understanding. How would that relate to this?
Me or?
That's why I called all your names.
Oh, okay. So you want me to start and then?
Because I know we have a mental health training, and this tool is part of a mental health process. So I want to know how it's going to correlate with one another.
So I'll share what I know, and then please chime in with what your district plan is. We met with Jennifer,
I should have said Miss Jennifer.
Robert, I'm still learning names, to do a brief overview And then Jennifer connected us with some of your staff in counseling. I'm trying to remember their names. We had a wonderful meeting with them, and they were able to ask questions. And they also spoke about during that meeting a tool that you're already using, Say Something, I believe. I don't have my notes in front of me. And how that tool would complement or work in conjunction, with this tool in some way. So we have reached out to some of the district folks to have some early conversations. I have not engaged any of the principals.
Mr. Chairman, follow up if I may.
Yes.
So, Ms. Jennifer, what is the concern of the staff? Are there any at all?
Not at this time. Not at this time, there isn't, there isn't at all. And it does align with the mental health plan. We've recently put together a district mental health plan because of the needs that is being shared with us at this time. And the children are in need of additional support. There's a continuing push for social and emotional learning this year. And we are also developing that process, and also with our mental health plan, this does align with the work that we will be doing. And yes, there is mental health first aid training this week, but it is not to detect suicide. It is other factors that you are working with to start noticing those pieces within a student if they're behaving a certain way. So there is a direct correlation, and it does fit within the mental health plan if the board so chooses to go in that direction.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Henry?
Being this is like a third party, partnership, if you allow me to say, what is the liabilities, piece of it? How does this program, does it keep information, secretive other than just those that need to know? What is the security part of the liabilities here?
That's a good question. I refer back to the data privacy pieces. Gaggle will not contact students directly. They're only going, while they're reviewing their information, they're only going to contact designated personnel. So that I've asked over and over and over again. I have children also, and I'm sensitive to, that aspect as a parent, and also as an educator. And so that's why we've tried to put the tool in front of folks, a few times so that people can really think about not just the ultimate benefits, but what might be some unintended consequences. And so far, they've been very responsive to security pieces, giving us additional information in that way, and very explicitly saying that they do not contact the students themselves. They only contact the designated representatives.
Okay. Any other comments? Yes.
I did want to speak to the timeline that we were given on this money to approach you all to talk about this partnership, that of course, if you choose to endorse, it would just allow us to continue the conversation. You could walk away at any time, but the timeline that we were given came to us with the way this COVID money is flowing with the December deadline. That was not our deadline. We would have preferred a later deadline, but that's one of the ways the money came to us from the General Assembly.
What was that December deadline again?
December
15th?
15th, the date by which we must have the money spent.
Okay. Mr. Clary?
I'd like to make a motion that we move ahead with the contract as is.
Okay, we'd like to set aside, you need to make a motion to set aside policy first.
I'd like to make a motion to set aside policy to get this added to the agenda.
Second.
A motion and a second, discussion?
Question. Is it possible that we could get some input from principals? I think it's I don't have any total objections about my concern is the privacy and the HIPAA and all of that. And maybe Mr. Grady has something he can add to that. Because once you establish a mental health record on a child, I guess my thoughts are I'm worried about overreaction of establishing things like that. And I know she said this software wouldn't do it, but I guess my caution would go to the staff, you know, not to react so quickly in establishing a mental health record on a child unless it's warranted. I don't know. I guess I'm cautious about that part. I think the program is great. It's what she's explaining. I just am worried about the caution of records, establishing mental health records on children. And I don't know, maybe Mr. Grady can give me some satisfaction of something he has.
I think what Dr. Locklear said and what Dr. Floyd said, both, this is the beginning of the conversation. I think probably the most important thing I've heard is that the only suites that they'll be looking at are suites that the public schools have out there, like Canvas and that kind of thing. And public school emails, I'm sure, is part of that. So the one thing with that is there's no expectation of student privacy on that. That's our information. So essentially what they'll be doing as a vendor for us is stepping in our shoes to do what we can do. And of course, you know, as part of our agreement with them, we'll make sure that the personally identifiable information of the students are, they have to treat it like we'd have to treat it. You know, they can't contract it to third parties, that kind of thing. I mean, we would look at all the language in that. But I think the most important thing is they can't go to TikTok and all these other platforms that kids are using today, only the platforms that we're using in the public schools.
Okay. And
Go ahead.
you need to keep in mind FERPA, and if we decide to endorse this, please note that we have to have consent from parents before we give Gaggle any information. We have to send forms home and get parental consent in order to participate in this.
Mr. Gentry.
My question was related to Mr. Freese's question, and I may have missed it, but as I was hearing her presentation, I heard that the information would be shared with school staff, i.e. guidance counselors. But I did not hear that there would be a subsequent contact to the parent about what the guidance counselor or staff member had found from or had heard from the student. That goes back to, I think, what Mr. Freese was.
I believe Mr. Freese was speaking to notification that the tool is being used. I think that's what she was speaking to at the beginning. And if I understand you correct, you're talking about the ending part. Forgive my simplification, that's how I think. So how parents are notified after alerts are sent is totally up to the district. Gaggle is not going to notify families. Gaggle will notify district representatives as designated by this district, and that's all they'll notify.
Mr. Chairman, I think the program is good, but I'm looking at some notes on page, anyway, in the disclosure section, Dr. Floyd, where it says, we may disclose a student or staff data to comply with a court order. And I know that it would have to be court order, law, or legal process. And then further down, it says, if a third party purchases most of our ownership, interest, or assets, or we merge with another organization, it is possible that we will need to disclose data to the other organization.
Right.
So how does that fit into, for us, Grady?
Well, I mean,
Because I have a concern with that.
yeah, I mean, if they're bought out or they merge, obviously, they'd be part of that company, but they'd still be under the same contractual obligations as we enter into up front.
Right.
That's not gonna change.
That need to be put in here.
Okay.
Other questions for me?
Thank you, Alice. Okay, Mr. Terry, you had made a motion. Let me have you go back and make that motion again.
Make a motion that we move ahead with, the agreement with Gaggle.
Let's move back, go first about moving it to an action item.
To action item.
Make a motion to move it.
I make a motion that we, set aside policy and move this over to an action item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now,
I make a motion that we move forward with the, agreement with Gaggle.
motion,
Second.
second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion passes.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You've got my contact information. Any questions at all, don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have a NC DPI update from Dr. Beverly Emery, Ms. Jessica Sawinski. And as they come, folks, I'm gonna pass out some papers. You can come on up, ladies. They're gonna give some information based on the phone calls that you received. And I'm gonna pass out a sheet for sign up. They want to come back next Monday and give us detailed information about what they're presenting tonight. And we have 3 sign-up times for next Monday. And I'm just gonna start it going around, and I'm gonna ask you, it's got 4 places in each one of these. Try to let's limit it to 3 people, because Mr. Smith and myself will be in a situation of coming in and out. So try to limit this when you see it to only 3 signatures per time period, and hopefully one of them would work for you. Ladies?
Good evening, Chair Lowry, Vice Chair Smith, Superintendent DeFreeze, board members and staff. Bev Emery, so delighted to be here and appreciate having an opportunity to talk with board members this past week. And we have been in your interim, sort of invited in to get a little pulse check on the district, because we know you're in transition with a lot going on. And so we want to share a little bit of very general information with you. Jessica's going to share sort of the methodology we use. We ask everybody the same questions. Are going to share really general responses with you. We're looking forward to come back and do some small group work with you next week as a board. We think one of these questions that we'll spend a little bit of time on about what advice would you give a new superintendent in their first 30 to 90 days on the job really has the ability to create a profile for you in terms of where you're going in the future and what you're looking for. When we start these things, our goal is always to find commonality, to show that different stakeholders in a district really do own and believe and feel similarly about the district. And having been on this journey with you for well over a year now, in fact, the last school board meeting I attended was in March here in Robeson County. I think it was the Tuesday before we all got shut down. But I feel really good about what we're going to share with you this evening, and the fact that so much of this intersects, even though your roles in the district are very different. So we're going to jump right in. We are going to be very general here. Welcome your questions. We do want you to know that there's a lot of back and forth and messaging. So if we didn't get somebody in this first round, we will persist until we get an opportunity to talk with everybody, because we believe all these voices are really important to you as a district.
Ladies, if I may, these are the ladies that we sent out an email a couple of weeks ago. They would be contacting you, and if you've had a phone call, it was from one of these ladies, and if you didn't get one, you probably be getting one shortly. And the papers you have on your desk is part of what they sent that they're just going to give us the overview with now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Lowry. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here with you tonight. As Dr. Emery was saying, one of the things that is so great about being able to kind of take a pulse check is the fact that we find out that we have a lot more in common than we might have different. And so one of the things that we'd like to talk just briefly about is just the methodology that we use. So I'm going to give you a cue right here. This is working out great right here. So the idea and the purpose behind this was really to gather perception data from the 3 leadership groups within the public schools. You as board members, which our goal for response is 100%. Central office leadership and administration, the goal for that is a 50% review, and principals with a response goal of 25%. So the 3 main leadership groups of the district. One of the things that we definitely committed to doing was asking the same 3 questions. Because when you can do that, then what you ultimately are able to do is overlay the opinions of each of the groups on top of one another to then extract those things that we all have in common and to see those things that may be outliers, but could also still be great information as you as a board are considering your next steps and how you're going to proceed. So with that said, Dr. Emery is going to take the first group, and the 3 questions are, you can see them here, but we wanted to name 2 areas of strength, pride or positives for your district. We wanted to know 2 areas that you felt needed the most improvement for your district. And then the third question, which is really forward and future focus, which I think is my favorite response of all whenever we started getting these responses, is what is the advice that you would give to a new superintendent in your district that would be most helpful to them in their first 90 days on the job? So that is the frame for what you're going to see a very high level overview of next. So Dr. Emery is going to share the first piece of information here.
So what you have here is just a collapsed view of your district from these 3 leadership groups. What we saw as the top trends for strengths. I'm sure it doesn't surprise you that staff was a part of that. And some folks were very specific, like classified staff. Others were talking about all the staff. Some folks talked about classroom teachers, but overall, staff, a huge strength. And I think we saw that line up top of the line in most all of these. Also resilience. What an incredible word for right now. I don't know if the pandemic influences people's responses, but willing to go the extra mile, willing to do those things that need to be done to serve students and community. Unity and teamwork, particularly enjoyed comments from you about a renewed spirit. We're going to get this done across stakeholder groups. Very encouraging. And then beautifully, some of your comments beautifully done in terms of there is no community like this unless you're here and this is your home or you understand the diversity and what kind of tapestry is woven in this county. You don't understand how we lift that up and what we can do to celebrate it as a strength. Then you'll see Jessica's really great with this stuff. So when she first sent this to me, I'm like, wait a minute, there's no label here, but she's really good with, so some of you have already figured out this is the board because it's highlighted. It took me a while to figure this out. So I'm going to share board strengths here. Again, staff and diversity were the 2 top trends from individual board member comments here.
And because I got the pleasure of talking with central office staff and the principals, I'm going to share that the top 2 strengths that emerged from my data from central office were the unity and teamwork of the district, and that everyone truly is focused on wanting what is best for the students here in the public schools of Robeson County. When we asked the same of the principals, their 2 top strengths that emerged were the staff, including administrative, classified teachers, and then the diversity. They really appreciated the rich diversity of the schools and what they feel like they can accomplish by having such a unique and diverse population. So then we move into the summary for the 2 areas of improvement. So Dr. Emery is going to share those.
So again, this is overall the collective trends that we saw, areas that we need to improve in the district. A common vision. What is it that drives all of us and how do we collectively create it? Internal communications. I don't think I've done this in almost 40 years of public school, that communications doesn't wind up on a list like this. And I don't think we ever get to nirvana with communications. It's always going to be something that we need to work on, but it was certainly a theme here. Trust. And we generally put trust here. Trust was different depending on different viewpoints, whether that was internally trusting each other, trust between central office and schools, and even public trust. You know, how do we work to engage and improve public trust? Accountability, there were very specific examples to certain projects in the district, to overall, how do we monitor and be very methodical about following through on our work and holding people accountable. Follow through connects, and then again, consistency. You know, that we speak with the same language, that we all know what we're about, and that we're living a consistent set of values in the district. The board again, then, the top two here were internal communications and consistency.
From the central office perspective, those top two areas that emerged were internal communications and consistency, maintaining consistency. And then for principals, internal communications and follow through. So you can see a common thread. So it's what's so just awesome about this process is the fact that you know that you're all kind of thinking the same things, with both the strengths and the opportunities that exist. The great opportunity that you now have is to figure out how you put this in action and as a board. So thinking about the common trends for that third question, which again is our favorite was my favorite question. I don't know if it was Dr. Emery's, but I just think that any new superintendent coming in to a district, any district, would love to have a playbook direct from the three major leadership groups within the district to say, here's pieces of advice. It's almost like you could write a little book about it from those pieces of advice. So here are the common trends.
And let me say, this is probably the place where I would just congratulate you the most, to have strange people call you from the State Department of Public Instruction, to have opened up and been so vulnerable about what's important to you in terms of advising a new leader. It's kind of some of the best stuff we get to do in this role. And so I just want to thank you I just felt like every board member that I was able to talk with really was here. The motivation was right, and the things that you shared came from your heart. Again, those are all of our groups, but it was really important to tell that new leader, build relationships. And you gave lots of examples, and we can spend time when we get into small groups more about, how do you make that actionable? What does that look like in terms of behaviors? Listen, meet people, get out in the district. And I think we would be remiss if this is not a place we didn't take a pause and say, we really appreciate that in a short period of time, Superintendent DeFries has done that. And a lot of people referenced feeling heard in a very short period of time. And so we feel that way too in our visits here. Again, being visible to everyone, and I think there was real emphasis that this meant visibility is not just with principals. Visibility is not just at board meetings. Visibility is in the maintenance shop. Visibility is in school cafeterias. It's everywhere in the district so that everybody feels seen and valued. Seek to unify. We certainly heard this loud and clear. The thirst here that we are one district, that we all are moving in the same direction. And then a real lens on fair and equitable. And that was interpreted lots of ways from students across this great geography have equitable access to opportunity, to resource, to classroom quality, to how we treat people, to not some people knowing things and other people don't know things, that we all get the same information and that we're treated the same no matter where we are in the hierarchy of the school district.
So that's our 30,000-foot view of what we have collapsed. But I can tell you that there's a lot more good stuff that we would like to be able to talk with you about, and we are excited to be able to have those more in-depth conversations with you, lifting up from each of the groups that we've spoken with, continue to think about some of those things. Again, you've seen the things that were very much common, but there is a lot of rich information that goes even more into detail. And I think that it will only serve you well as you are making some courageous next steps as far as thinking about what your next steps as a board are, and then, of course, as the district leaders as well. So questions that you may have for us on this very 30,000-foot view tonight?
Any questions?
I don't have any questions. I just want to make a comment. I think the overview, the 30,000 foot is very objective, and y'all did a good job of explaining it in a short amount of time. I want to compliment the new 5 board members. I know when you called them, and some of them are prior educators and some are not, but you know, that's 2 or 3 tough questions to be put on the spot with, and I want to commend them for doing a good job and participating in making things, you know, look like there's more consistency, like you said, than there are differences. That's all I got.
Yeah. Mr. Brewer?
I think I also want to commend this effort because I think it gives all of us a perception, a better perception where we stand as a piece of the pie. And this tells me that we're all thinking about alike. So our common goals are more unified and we're not broad-based. So it's going to be more easier as a group to work as a total team. And I commend you for identifying those variables.
Mr. Gentry?
I'd like to add my commendation and thanks to requiring us to think on our feet. You know, you're right. I got the call, but you know, you were very straightforward but welcoming in the way that you presented yourself and asked the questions, and it put me at ease. And I had to do some quick thinking and soul searching, but when all's said and done, that's really where we're coming from anyway. Yeah, data is good. We need it, but we need all of what you've covered here, and I believe that's happening.
Mr. Chair, I just want to thank you all for being part of our team. Thank you.
And ladies, again, thank you. And folks, to everybody, talked about doing stuff like this for probably 2 or 3 years. And this is really the first time anything like this has really been taken to this point, and even to the point now of having the almost individual meetings next week. And so it's something that we definitely can build on. And we do thank you, ladies, for doing this. And I did get a few phone calls from some people. This lady's calling me asking questions. I answer them. There's nothing bad. Just please answer the question. Let's move. Thank you.
Thank you, and look forward
Thank you.
to continuing the relationship with you.
Thank you very much.
And I will add, Ms. Jessica, what's your ride back home? How long?
It's about an hour and 40 minutes.
Okay.
That actually, Dr. Emery.
Yeah, I'm fixing to get, Dr. Emery, how long? 2+? Okay. Again, thank you for coming. Okay, school psychologist update, Ms. Lynette Locklear and Ms. Susan Stevens. Sorry about that.
Good evening, Chairman Lowry, board members, Superintendent DeFreeze. I'm Lynette Locklear.
Susan Stevens.
And we're school psychologists here for the public schools of Robeson County. So we wanted to take a few minutes of your time this evening to share some things with you. And I think you have this in your packet also. What exactly our roles are here in the school system and what we're trained to do. And our overall testing perspective as it stands at what today. What do we do here? Mainly, Susan and I, we test every day for special ed. We are the ones that help the teams identify through standardized testing measures whether a kid has a learning disability through the DPI's definition of those disabilities. So we usually test, well, and this before COVID, pre-COVID, we were testing at least 3 to 4 days a week, 2 students on average each day. And then we have to write those reports and get them back to the team. Now, what are we certified, trained to do through our education and certification through DPI? Well, as you can see, there's a whole lot more than testing. We are certified counselors. We are certified in consultation, behavior, and academic interventions to work with intervention teams such as MTSS and RTI. We are, qualified health professionals in a way, to be an advocate for the child from a school standpoint and also community standpoint, to work with the parents, the teachers, and anyone at the school level to assist each and every child that we can, whether it's regular ed or special ed, but primarily special ed kids. How do you become a school psychologist? Well, we are on a specialized scale with the DPI. You have to receive advanced master's or doctorate in school psychology, usually from a program that offers that is 67 hours plus. So you're talking about a program that's at least 3 years long. Between the states of North and South Carolina, there's maybe, I think we counted 9 programs that offer this degree. And probably out of those 9 programs, we're about 50 on average students are graduating. So it's very a demand and shortage of school psychs, just like there are teachers. And we're not graduating those students as we are educators, regular educators, each and every year. So we get down to 2. I've been in this situation before in my 21 years as a school psych here. For about 2 years there, it was just me and Mr. Joe Blackman. Anybody remembers him? And I've been here when there's been as many as 6 of us. So, it comes and goes. We have different employees coming through, but we also have different interns. Because the closest school to us that offers, where Susan and I got our degree, is Francis Marion in Florence, South Carolina, which is about an hour away. So we do get interns, and we work and collaborate with that school to get interns and hopefully employment after the interns are finished with that year of internship. So it's usually 3 years in an advanced master's program, with that last year being a full-time internship. So it's a very specialized form of education. And really, to become a school psychologist, to do all of that, to go through that rigorous program, and then be employed, you have to have that degree. You have to have that certification with the praxis in order to be employed. A lot of different classified and certified areas in education, we used to call it lateral entry. And we do receive a lot of phone calls. Well, I can do that because I've got this clinical psych degree. I can do that because I've got a developmental psych degree. It shouldn't take me about a year. Because I just recently had a conversation with a person such as that. It's like, no, you're going to have to do 3 years. You're going to have to do 3 years. I personally don't know of any online programs that DPI accepts with this degree. I don't know of any online programs that really offer it, because it's such a specialized area. I received 67 exactly hours 20 years ago from Francis Marion, and literally half of those were spent in practicum in the classroom or working with a student in some way, somehow.
Okay. I'm going to go over the numbers. Basically, NASP, which is our national organization, recommends 1 school psychologist to 700 kids, and that is total population. That is not just per exceptional ed kids. That's your entire population. And the national average is basically double that. It's 1 to 1382. In North Carolina, we're average 3 times that amount, 1 to 2100. Lynette and I have 1 to 11,500 kids. So we have 16 and a half times the population of what the national
School Psychology Association recommends. And we have 5.5 times the amount of kids that the average psychologist in North Carolina has. So we are not miracle workers. We want you to understand, and we do the best we can, but we desperately need some help. The problem is it's tough to find school psychologists. It's really, the last time Dr. McClure, who is over us at DPI, the last conversation I remember having with her about a year or two ago, there were only 3 districts in the state of North Carolina that considered themselves fully staffed. And so you're competing with a lot of districts for a very small population of graduates each year. And we've got to have some help. As you know, testing has been a major issue and a concern this year, and we just don't have the staff to keep up.
And during this time during COVID, where we were testing 2 students a day, at least 3 to 4 days a week, we're down to 1. And that is also affecting the integrity of the testing with the use of the safety equipment. Because of the use of the safety equipment, we have to take extremely a large amount of breaks to give them a break, to give us a break, because we need them to be focused. We need them to be on task. Whereas before COVID, we could, if a student got tired or got too distracted, well, I can stop, I can come back tomorrow. Well, we're doing testing appointments. We're calling the parents and saying, he has a testing site at Fairmont. I have a testing site at Pembroke Middle. So we're calling the schools that are assigned to those testing sites and saying, parents, can you come and meet me at 9 o'clock and bring little Susie with you so I can get this testing done that you agreed to. So we don't want to have to ask that parent to come back again. So, for me personally, there's been lunch breaks. Most of my kids, I have to give them a lunch break. So mom can go get them something to eat, come back, let's get them focused, come back and finish up. Because the testing can be extensive depending on the student, depending on their cognitive ability level, their achievement level, what the team is asking for, and just the overall use of the safety and PPE equipment. So our testing is really extended during COVID. Double, it's about double the time it takes that it would normally take us to test.
Dr. Emanuel?
Robert, with contract services, I know we were looking at that one time. Getting some contract and testing.
We do have some. I think recently we have added 2 psychologists to help us, and we are looking at a 3rd. A young lady came by today and said that she would be helping us. Now, these 2 young ladies up there, they're top priority around here. I called them into my office a couple of weeks ago, and I told them, I said, I need your help. I want you to work on Saturday. Oh, no, Ms. Reese, we can't do it. I said, oh, yes, you can do it. I said, give me 1 Saturday. And I ended up with, Mr. Freeze, I'll do 2 Saturdays when I can. So they're just top priority around here. And I just want to thank them for what they do. We have a large number of students to be tested, but we're making progress. And thanks to these 2, we're going to make it. Thank you very much, Lynette.
And she did. Dr. Robert, they got us. My reason is sitting back there, my 9th grader back there. And Miss Susan has a set of twins in college. Yeah.
Dr. Robert?
Ms. Craig, Superintendent DeFreeze, and it's also National School Psychology Week.
What better time to recognize two
Yes.
I have ever had the pleasure to work with. And I'm not saying that because we're on YouTube or whatever social media's out there, but I'm saying it because I know these ladies I have known for years. When I became a principal, about 14, 15 years ago, I had the pleasure of meeting with them. And I've known Ms. Lynette a little bit longer. But these ladies have gone above and beyond the call of duty. And we keep asking for more out of them, and they can only give so much. And I had to realize I'm asking for something that I can't expect them to do because they just don't have the resources. You know, I'm like, Ms. Linton, can't you do 45 tests a week? Well, there are only 2 of them. And we had to pull back and say, they need help. And Mr. Freeze has allowed us to go out there and get additional support, and with these ladies helping us, talking in the communities, Richmond County, Scotland County, Cumberland County. And we have found 2, I think, that's gonna really be able to help us. One was our intern last year, Ms. Harding. So we're trying to find help because they need help, but they also need support of the school board, the district office, the schools, because they can't do it by themselves. Thank you.
Mike?
I said Francis Marion is the closest college that,
Yes.
yeah. How many did they graduate in a year's time?
6 to 8.
Yes, small,
So
small number.
all those are.
And you've also got to realize that the PhD, certain schools are only PhD programs, and those people are not going to come work in a school system. They are not graduating to come work in a public school.
No. No.
So, University of South Carolina, University of North Carolina, NC State, and then East Carolina, you can either stop at the specialist or go on, and I think North Carolina's the same thing.
And it's our biggest competitor in surrounding counties is Cumberland County. I know it's a larger population, overall student population and EC population, because our EC population is about 3,700 here. And I'm not quite sure what theirs is, but they have on staff right now 26 psychologists. We have about 5 to 6 ladies who are native to Robeson County who are school psychologists in Cumberland County, because the package is much more attractive there. We had a bilingual psychologist that you think we're hard to find. That's just impossible.
5 or 6 of them are Robertsonians.
Yes, yes.
Whatever we need to do, Mr. Craig, to pass.
We went to a training in Cumberland County, and that bilingual psychologist, 6 months pregnant, we were like, yeah, she's not coming back. She was recruited that day. She was 6 months pregnant. She was recruited that day, and you just can't find, and you know, with our Hispanic population, that is a need. It's a growing need each year.
You can't do that, so.
Right. We have to make sure our testing is valid. Like I said, with the use of PPE equipment during the testing now, it reduces the statistical value, the validity and reliability of the testing that we're giving now. Our testing companies promoting and selling their product to be given virtually, and some psychologists are doing that. Some districts as a whole may be doing it, that I'm not sure. We've spoken with Ms. Bernie and Dr. Robert, and our opinion of that is we were not comfortable doing that, because you're not reducing the statistical strengthening of the test even more. And we know that these teams rely a lot on our information and our reports when looking at how to place these kids, but especially writing the IEP. So we want to give good quality information, because we're not there to interpret that stuff for them, because we just don't have the time.
Yeah, seen Mr. Terry.
Thank you for this presentation, and thank you for all the wonderful work that you do. This is critical. It seems like we may be in danger of some legal issues if we don't act upon something. Maybe, is that correct, Mr. Grady?
Well, we've been here for a long time. This is not new territory for the system. We've been We're behind in our testing. We have been for a long time.
And I'm gonna say personally, because I'm the oldest one here, I've been with the system 26 years. I've been a school psychologist 21 of those 26. Have I seen the numbers of outstanding testing way worse than this? Yes, several times. So can I say that there's been an improvement through the years? Then yes, I'm gonna say there's been an improvement. Are we where we should be at? No, but there's the improvement has happened. Progress has happened. So as long as we continue to make those little steps, little by little, maybe we'll get exactly where we need to be.
Ms. Gentry?
I want to add my thanks, but I also want to explore a suggestion. Have we had a study committee to get the salary structure for our school psychologists to see if there's anything that could be done? She just outlined for us what part of the problem is.
I'm not gonna say there's been a committee, but now I know there's gonna be some construction report tonight, and there could be some new construction stuff, and there's some other financial situations too, Mr. Mike, that we might need to look of doing a combination construction and finance committee meeting as soon as we can, which would take care of part of what you asked and that we could analyze this year, along with some other things.
We need those recruits. We need that new employment. So I've got 4 years left and I plan to exit the same year my daughter graduates. I plan to retire.
Oh, you can't do that.
Can't do that?
Anything else?
Gonna try to talk me out of it. I know it.
Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Brenda.
When you said when you call the parents, have there been any problem for transportation with the children getting there that greater than what we're doing?
I mean, for me so far, up until this week, I've had a 100% compliant rate. That is highly unusual because we usually test during the summer, which is pretty much doing what we're doing now, which is calling parents and asking the parents to bring the students out. So when you make that schedule and they agree to come, it's literally a 50% chance whether they're gonna show or not. I had a no-show this morning and could not get in touch with that parent. And phone numbers may change. Our EC social workers are helping us schedule those appointments. And usually if we have trouble with the contact information in the referral packet, we go to Power School, we reach out to the schools. The schools are real helpful with any kind of information like that, from the secretaries to the Power School person at school to regular ed and EC. So we're doing all that we can to get the kids in here, but sometimes we're not going to have a 100% compliant rate.
Mr. Chairman?
So far, pretty good.
Thank you. Madam Superintendent, the reason I asked that question because I do realize sometimes people do have issues with transportation. And there may be something that we can set up to where we can get that child there with permission from the parent. There are different ministers and different stakeholders, partners in education whom have reached out in regards to such. So we could try to work on that to try to help that also.
And our EC director has set up as an incentive to get the parents out, to offer them reimbursement. So they have information that they have to fill out, and as well as going through the wellness check, so that they can get a reimbursement for that time of coming.
Okay, thank you.
And bringing it, but that is one of the issues.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ladies, and we'll look at these with those committees.
Thank you.
I think this was, is this the first time you presented?
Okay, psychologist week.
First time you presented, right?
Yes.
Well, good job. We'll try to get you back shortly.
And I don't know if you've heard in the news, national news, 21-year-old Down syndrome,
Yes, that was good.
Eric,
Uh-huh.
Ricky, Ironman triathlon,
Did,
What?
did.
and he completed.
He did.
I couldn't, those are the babies that Susan and I helped get identified
Yeah.
and IEPs in place so he can go on and learn those skills to do exactly what he just did in Florida.
He was a winner.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you got a chance to see that guy or get to see him crossing that finish line, that was amazing.
That was great.
See that. Okay, the 2021 beginning teacher plan, Ms. Thompson? Oh, my goodness. I'm skipping Dr. Robert. I apologize.
That's okay.
Didn't put my glasses back on. Curriculum instruction highlights. Dr. Robert?
Good evening, Chairman Lowry, Superintendent DeFreeze, and board members. Tonight, we just have a short video to show you some outstanding project-based learning activities our students have been participating in over the first 9 weeks. So sit back and enjoy. Thank you.
Dr. Robert, was that from many schools or?
That was from throughout the district.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, now the beginning teacher plan, Ms. Thompson.
Good job.
Good evening. Chairman Lowry, Superintendent DeFreeze, Vice Chair Smith, and all other members of the board. You received in your packet Robinson County's updated beginning teacher. The state board amended policy PSRC 016 at its August board meeting. This amendment included the completion of 2 surveys, a graduate survey and an employer survey. The graduate survey is to be completed by the beginning teacher at the end of his or her first year, and the employer survey is to be completed by the principal of the beginning teacher. The data from the 2 surveys is used as part of their requirements to measure the performance of the educator preparation program, stated in General Statute 115C-269-35. Are there any questions about the plan? And what we have to do, once this is approved by the board, we will have it signed by Chairman Lowry, and then it will be submitted to the state.
Chairman, I move that we set aside policy to approve the beginning teachers plan.
Second.
Motion and second to set aside policy and move this. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, can we have a motion to approve it?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we go ahead and approve the beginning teachers plan as presented.
Motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Lawson, Construction Committee, update.
Okay, I had told Mr. Craig, I just wanted to give a brief update tonight, and I received this tonight. I want you to take a look at it. Mr. Craig has talked about having a finance and construction meeting and to get in contact with the ones that's on finance and construction, if that's good with you, Mike. In the very near future, this is just some information for you to take a look at. We had looked prior to this of moving 5 older units and the setup and hookup and what that would cost. From what Ms. Karen Brooks Floyd gave me, this is for 5 new. That price doesn't include the electrical, plumbing, ramps, etc. It does include the piers and underpinning. And just take it for general information, and we'll be getting back in contact with you.
Thank you.
Okay. And just a reminder, finance is Mr. Dwayne and Mr. Terry and Mr. Vontae and Ms. Brenda. And the construction would be Mr. Mike and Mr. Rohr, and Mr. Vontae and Mr. Dwayne and Brenda and Mr. Lawson Chair. Again, take this for information, and more figures is like the total turnkey cost maybe by the time you have a committee meeting.
Okay.
Dr. Emmanuel?
This is just some food for thought. Is there any way, and I know that we've received it, those of us that have been on the board intermittently, is there any way we could get some kind of chart with some kind of proposed projects with the budget we have now? I know that we've got the 15 million that we've got a matching thing out there, and we're gonna do da-da-da-da, and we're waiting on the money that from the storm and da-da-da-da, that's in the future. But I'm talking about our existing budget. Is there any way we can get a listing of the priorities, what we're gonna do with that money this year? I know that would be helpful to the new board members, because when we talk about doing things, I'm not sure I know what we're supposed to be doing with the existing budget. Now, I know what we proposed way yonder and way back, but I'm not sure I know what's supposed to be paved. I'm not sure I know what's supposed to be roofed. You know, the projects. I know that Purnell's supposed to get bleachers. I know that much I know. I know that Maxton's supposed to get mobile units. That much I know. But I'm not quite sure that I even knew, and I've been here maybe 3 years, and I'm not faulting anyone. I'm just saying, is there something that we could get, some kind of list that this is gonna happen with the existing funds we have? Now, I know we're waiting on storm money and $15 million match, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what we have now.
Dr. Manuel, I'm gonna answer this way. There was, some conversations actually held. I think me and Mr. Freese was two of them, and, with a couple other people today. And the whole idea was to sit down and do a listing of projects based on certain available monies we have. And again, like you said, this is not including FEMA. This is not including the 15 million. This is things we could look at and prioritize. We're going to try to get this done. If it's this year, if it's next year. Roofs was one of them. That's one of the things that come in. Air conditions come in. It come in, you know, we started some tennis court, not tennis court, I'm sorry, tracks 2 years ago. The facilities at Red Springs High. And I think that's what you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
And what we need to do is, I know we got next Monday's meeting, got other things coming up, but we need to look, and if that's the whole board just doing that at one time and sitting down, then we can look at it that way. But, I'll look at some dates, and if I have to send out some information to see what we could come up with, because we do need to do that. To where we can't do all these things between now and June.
Yes, sir.
We might can do some of them now in June, and then we work on some August to December. And that's definitely what we need to be able to do, so we can say, well, we checked this off, that we got this one done.
Theoretically, what we need, Mr. Lowry, is we need, and we've talked about this before, what we really need is like a 5-year plan.
Yes, sir.
10-year plan.
Right.
So the board's gonna change or whatever, but you have to have a vision and insight of where you wanna go, what you wanna accomplish. And you need to stick to it and work your list down. And we've done that with air conditioners, back when we air conditioned all these gyms and things.
Right.
And we talked about the track, but we need a plan that we can put in place, that whoever's here can follow it, and this is what's gonna happen. This is what needs to happen. Not what you wanna happen, it's what needs to happen
Exactly.
over a period of time.
We'll look at some things about getting some people together and can do some assessments and looking at this for us, and try to get something together if we can, at least have one meeting before we get out for Christmas. Check schedules and see what we could do, to start having a discussion.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if we were to look into the buildings, classroom in particular, where with us talking about going back face-to-face learning for our pre-K 3, those schools that might have mold in them, that we have those building and rooms, classrooms ready. I think we need to look into that immediately.
Well, I know there was a lot of that work done when we first come back August and September. They went into a lot of places and did that work, and then the air quality was checked off on those to go back that we know of. But I know it, if there's a situation in a school with mold or mildew, I do know if that call is made, that is something that maintenance deals with as far as getting the group in that we have that works on that. At one time, I think there was like 12 schools, and so they couldn't get to all of them at once, but they were going as quick as they could to take care of it.
Right, that's why I said we need to go in and check on that first also.
Mr. Chair, I also have a staffing question, but I don't know where I can ask it without Mr. Grady throwing me out. I mean, it's not on the agenda. Where can I ask about a staffing question? It's not about people. It's just a general question about positions.
Go ahead.
Okay, I've had 2 requests, and I just got them this afternoon, to look at assigning teachers when these kids come back. We have some kindergartens that are excessively over, and I think Magnolia's one. There might be others that I don't know, that we have large numbers of kindergarten children, and I'm just wondering if we are preparing and done some kind of survey to start placing those teachers if the kids are coming back January the 6th.
Mr. Gray,
Mr. Freese?
we worked on that yesterday.
Okay.
All those principals who were over, and that correction should be made by Friday.
Thank you. On the ball.
Good job.
Okay. Board Policy Committee, Mr. Gentry, Karen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank, police, all of our cabinet staff for their hard work, as well as our board, and in particular, our policy committee. I feel a very special commitment to this very important work. And we also owe thanks to the North Carolina School Board Association for giving us a wonderful draft of policies, which of course that's their legal staff for us to review and to make recommendations for that would fit us particularly. And I'd like to give special thanks to Ms. Karen Brooks Floyd, because she's really helped me personally through this and kept me on my feet and thinking in the right direction. And of course, if you will remember, this goes all the way back to August when we first received the proposed policies and policy changes for our review. And we have had some type of presentation at every board meeting since then, beginning in September. And so tonight, you have in your packet the proposed policies that we need to act on the next 2 meetings. The longest list of those are on the first and second pages, particularly the 7,000 series. They have already had a first and second reading and are open for us to consider for approval this evening. And then there are a set of 4 policies that are open for the second reading. And then there are a number of policies that have different numbers that you will see in the next to the last segment of the second page that will have a first reading tonight. So, Mr. Chairman, at this time, I move the consideration of these policies as an action item.
Okay, we have a motion to.
Approval, Carolyn, of
Okay.
7,000 series?
Okay, the 7,000 series?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, let's go ahead and act on that one, Mr. Gentry. Can we get a motion to approve those?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Manuel just put a question in front of me, and I don't know that I have a direct answer for it. And the question is COVID addressed in any place in any of the policies? And Ms. Karen, I'm gonna call on you to help me here. I don't recall there being any specific reference to COVID itself in any of the new policies. Do you recall anything that nature specifically?
These, Mr. Gentry, the policies, as we covered them indirectly, gave us guidance that would affect a lot of situations that would cover not only COVID, but any other situations that we may be getting into. And, you know, such things as leave and family and medical leave, stuff like that, absences, payroll, whatever. It's in this document.
We did discuss that.
It's covered under the umbrella that.
Yes.
It would include the references that you just stated.
We did reference COVID in a lot of situations when we reviewed the policy.
Okay.
We didn't specifically bring out COVID.
I just have a question, and I read over it. Only thing I'm saying is there a general statement, and I didn't see it, and it's probably there because I'm not as attuned to it as you are. Is there something addressing that we have to follow the guidelines established by the CDC and or the governor? Or not that specific about because these guidelines are continuously changing, i.e. mass, i.e. the number of gathering. I guess my question is it addressed in there in that general statement, as you're saying about all communicable diseases, that would address that we have to follow guidelines laid out by the CDC and or the governor and or whomever?
We have a communicable disease policy that's in here that addresses any kind of communicable disease, be it COVID-19, the commercial.
I understand that.
It addresses any communicable disease.
And it says that we follow the guidelines laid out by the CDC.
Any.
Okay, all right, that's all I want to know.
Right, any.
Okay, that's fine.
And we did discuss COVID while we was talking.
Yeah, that need to come up in our discussion.
Yes.
It could be a new one that comes out. if we
Right.
Follow those guidelines.
Okay.
Do we need to get a first reading on the other policies?
Yeah,
That's just for the 700 series.
That was 700 series.
7,000, wasn't it?
That's 7,000, yeah.
Come on, boys.
If you look on the sheet, Ms. Jen, you got it there, I think you was probably fixing to do it, the second reading,
42 seconds.
the four policies there, or four numbers there, four lines. This is the first reading there. I guess that's the one Mike's talking about. So that's, this is the first reading on that one.
so now we go to the second read for the policies that had the first reading at the October 13th meeting.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman, of those four policies.
Set
Set
aside
aside
your policy.
policy.
That's policy, I'm sorry.
And a second. We have a second? Second. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now, Ms.
And
Brennan.
then the final group are, up for the first reading.
Brennan,
Move approval,
need a motion now to approve that
move approval for these four policies here.
for a second reading.
Second.
And we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
Okay, now, Mr. Gentry.
Okay, the last group of policies are up for their first reading at this evening's meeting, November the 10th. And so, entertain a motion for the first reading.
Will we set aside policy for this, Mr. Chairman?
Second.
Moving second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Approval for first reading for these said policies.
Second.
motion and second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gentry, and again, thank the committee for all the work they did to, get these together. Okay, Mr. Freese, I guess this is North Carolina School Board Association contract.
Chairman, I would like approval to continue with the School Board Association by approving their contract.
I think there was a copy of that contract in your packet, if I'm mistaken.
What is it?
Yes.
In a minute?
Dollar amount, you remember?
I think it's
Management.
6,900. 69. And I will say why some of you might be looking this in there, and I think it's 6,900. And, we're updated pretty much just about what they've sent to us, with the work that's been done. So now what they would be sending us with this contract, if new policies come available, they would keep us updated, where all then we need to look at that and add it. And as was stated this afternoon, when we get all this finalized, I still have said I want to see all this put on paper. If it's 4 notebooks or 5, whatever it is, I'd love to see us with some kind of paper copy here, even though we got it electronically.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
can we set aside policy, please? I'd like to make a motion, we set aside policy to approve this.
Second.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Have a motion to,
I'd like to,
That we accept the NCSBA contract.
Second.
have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
This question right quick.
I'm sorry.
Contract is just good for till June 30th, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yes.
it is.
The end of the school year.
End of the school year.
Just want to make sure.
And folks, just for information, this is from the North Carolina School Board Association. And I did receive a letter, Miss Allison Schaefer had left there, and they have named Miss Leanne Winter as the next executive director. And some of these workshops we've looked at, she was one of the presenters, and she's been there for years, but she is the new director of the North Carolina School Board Association.
Retired.
Mr. Terry?
Is this essentially what we pay on an annual basis?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the deal, isn't it?
Yes.
What they provide?
Well worth.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Grady, the lease with Green Grove?
If you remember back in our July meeting, we approved a lease agreement with RCC, where they're essentially leasing Watson Green here at Green Grove. Plus, there's 3 classrooms, 1, 2, and 3. It's not in Green, that they're also leasing now. And essentially what they want to do is continue leasing Watson Green, not lease classrooms 1, 2, and 3 anymore, but lease now what's marked in yellow, which is classrooms 104, 105, 106, 113, 114, 115, 103, which is the teacher's lounge and 2 restrooms. So that's what they're asking as far as amending the current lease. Essentially, drop 3 classrooms on one end of the campus and add 6 classrooms, a teacher's lounge, and 2 restrooms on the other end of campus.
It's all just continuing education, Grady? Is that all this, is that?
Yes.
That's pretty much what you're doing?
Pretty much.
Motion, we set aside policy, Mr. Chairman.
Motion made to set aside policy. Have a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, do we have a motion to accept it?
A motion to approve the contract with RCC.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay. Action items.
Did we miss school psychology contract?
It was taken off.
Took it off.
Okay.
We took that off. Okay. Financial report, Ms. Erica.
Superintendent, Mr. Priest, and board members. I had included in everyone's packet, the monthly financial report. And as you can see, I hope budgets were all entered, so you'll have documents that look more complete with your budget. October expenses year to date, open purchase orders and encumbrances, and remaining balances there. And I can answer any questions anyone may have. If you see any areas where there may look like there's a negative or there's a parentheses there, it can be one of 2 reasons. If anybody has specific questions about those programs, I can answer. Either be because it's what's considered a covered program, where DPI doesn't actually send us the money, they cover the costs, or they haven't issued the allotment yet. But we are allowed.
Second.
Motion.
Also included the
I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I also included the updated position counts through November the 4th. We added several Title I positions that increased some of our federal counts there. And that you can see how some of those numbers fluctuate month to month compared to those reports. And I placed on everyone's desk an update of COVID-19 funds as they stand through today. As we mentioned before, we got a new allocation for personal protective equipment. PRC 137 was an addition to that sheet, was just received on October the 30th. It can be used for PPE and cleaning supplies directly related to COVID, and we feel very good about the progress we're making with COVID funds. And as I've indicated every month, the only one at this time that seems problematic, we may not be able to spend all of, is PRC 125, because good news is we're still maintaining a profit through all of the COVID issues in the child nutrition program. So we are serving more meals and have less costs and getting in more revenue than what it's costing. So the only thing we're using those funds for are what's considered typical expenses
the drivers to deliver the meals, anything that's not normal cost of doing business with Child Nutrition.
Well, I know we discussed about our classified receiving hazard pay, and I'm looking at a lot of systems now that's paying their certified hazard pay. If we could revisit, if we could find some money to try to get us a psychologist back this way. So I'm just throwing that out there because a lot of systems have revisited again, and they're able to get hazard pay to their certified people. That's all.
So we're on the budget resolution now? Is that where we're at?
Still on financial.
The financial update. I just threw that out there, that's all.
We'd already approved that.
We've already approved that, baby.
Okay.
Let me get, Mr. Henry had a question.
I just wanted to make a comment for the public. When Ms. Erica started explaining, the only issue we had, it's not a negative connotation as I understand you say. What you're saying is that we do not need, we do not need all the monies to meet the needs. So.
No, what I'm saying
that's not
is
it.
that the rules associated with PRC 125 prohibit us currently from using a lot of that money because in order to spend it, you have to be in a deficit in child nutrition.
Gotcha.
Unless you use it for abnormal expenses, and we are using it for every abnormal expense we have. But the majority of our costs in child nutrition are related to salaries of the employees in the cafeteria, and that's not abnormal. So until we show a loss or a deficit in child nutrition, we can't use those funds to cover those everyday or quote unquote normal costs.
Gotcha.
Right here.
Okay. Mr. Terry.
I was just taking a look at the enrollment sheet that we have here, and it looks like is this K through 6 for the county?
Yes. Enrollment sheet, let her finish with this year with the budget then, because that's not related to the budget.
I was just gonna ask it if it had impacted the budget.
Well, if it's a budget question, go ahead and.
Been held harmless at this point.
Okay.
The State Board of Education passed guidance and policies that would hold us harmless, at least for this current year, related to enrollment or changes in ADM.
Okay.
Approval, Mr. Chairman, of the budget resolution.
Motion and a second. The resolution,
Yeah.
all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
And then the last thing is the budget amendments. So we've gotten in new funding since we presented the original budget, and that will happen every month. I just got another one today that I present at the December meeting. So those budget amendments are new funding or changes in funding. We also had a reduction because of charter schools, and that happens every year. We just got that in, and that's reflected in that. And the capital outlay amendment is just a rollover of the Purnell Sweat bleachers that had already been approved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Erica.
Thank you.
Randy?
Motion that the Board of Education for the Public Schools of Robertson County go into closed session for the purpose of discussing certified and classified personnel, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A16, student transfers, North Carolina General Statute 5C-42, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1, and to consult with the attorney obtained by the board. And client privilege between the attorney and the Board of Education for the Public Schools of Robertson County, North Carolina General Statute 43-318.11A13.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Take about 10 or 15 minutes vote.
Move we come out of closed session, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
A motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Move approval of closed session minutes. Don't be, I sound that terrible?
Say that again, Ms. Brenda.
Which part? Remove approval of closed session minutes?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded for removal of approval of closed session minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The certified and classified personnel, do we need a motion to go ahead and do that now?
Make a motion to approve the personnel as presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Mr. Freeze?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recommend Bobby Buckley as an executive director.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to change Mr. Bobby Locker's title from director to executive director with the compensation that goes with this title.
Second.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Have anything else?
Mr. Freeze.
Yes.
Mr. Bass.
Oh, man.
Oh, yes, tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
Okay. Anything else? Dr. Robert, as we are ready to recess, are you ready for what you have?
It'll be on the screen.
Will be on the screen? Okay. Folks, I'd ask for everybody in here to please stand. But we will still celebrate the service and sacrifice of our great veterans on November the 11th. Thank you for your service. You can all be seated. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask that we Monday night at 6 p.m.
Second.
Okay, that is November 16th, so we'll be recessing until next Monday, the 16th. Motion and has been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, we're recessed.